Hello, hello, and welcome everybody. Hello, Aninia. How are you doing today? You're fine. Good, good. Good to hear that. So, today we're gonna continue working on the simulation, on the buses, and all the related stuff. So, on the last stream, we made the simulation actually listen for like certain events, like for example receiving damage, and we made it output the data into a CSV format into the console, at least for now. And that already allows us to like actually see what's going on, see the history of all the health and mana value changes, all the skills, all the aura procs. But yeah, it's for now still a very rough draft. So today I think we're gonna start with implementing the actual console command interfaces and actually try and use system command line. Oops, 1 sec. Great, as soon as I started streaming, power went out, but it's okay. I have a full battery. So we should be good. Hopefully I can hear the UPS beeping if something goes wrong, because I don't know. Okay. Minor setback. Let's continue. So, yeah, system command line. I wanted to figure out how to nicely integrate it, not just some simple commands like I tried with this thing. Actually, let's uncomment that. So yeah, ideally, like in the very old version of the server, I was using I think I was using a mono library to handle the command line arguments. Or no, I don't think it was mono. I don't remember what it was. Almost. You almost get the star. Oh, and it's gone. But yeah, I was using some kind of command line interface utility, but yeah, I don't remember what it was, but it was okay. I had like a default command that runs the actual server, and I was able to add other commands that still like run everything important but don't start the actual server. So I need something like that here. I need the application to initialize dependency injection, but also configure the dependency injection a little bit. So yeah, for example, for the simulate command, we need another hosted service, and we don't need it when we... Well, actually, this could be not a hosted service, but it could be a command by itself. Probably that's what I'm gonna do. But it doesn't change the fact that I would probably need some additional dependency injection services. Although. So what do we have in the hosted services? OpenTelemetry. We can skip that for the simulation. libuv worker pool. libuv worker pool. Maybe we can skip that. Unless we need some kind of integration with other components, or like network layer or queue or something like that that I'm using with libuv. Game Data Manager, we definitely needed that. You know what? I think every command should specify which hosted services it needs. There we go. What does this do? Adds a hosted service to the... Okay, so yeah, definitely this can be moved. Move to each individual command. Every command should define the list of hosted services that it needs. But the general CI configuration should stay the same. There we go. I think that's a good plan. So all dependency injection configuration should be done for every single command completely, fully. But that's only the dependency injection. All the hosted services is gonna be defined by each command. So let me double check. So for the simulation, we need Game Data Manager. We don't need the session connection queue. We don't need the vault connection pool. We don't need the character session registry. Timers. We don't actually need those, because those are used to host the actual instances. In simulation, we process all the updates ourselves. Shalom. Hello, Akiladon. How are you doing? Have you figured out your move-in situation? Gateway listener, we don't need that. Client virtual connection, we don't need that. Test is a test. So yeah, for the simulation command, we only need the Game Data Manager. Hopefully. You know what? I can try and manually disable everything except the game data manager. And we will see it will probably break because there most likely gonna be something that depends on some service. I need a separate terminal. Can I start a separate terminal from here? No, I don't want to use the integrated terminal for this command. Eating 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂. Okay. Enjoy your 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂. Oh, right, the database. I forgot to start the Docker virtual machine. 1 sec. I do need the database to load the characters, the test characters. Although maybe we can create them automatically, but then we would have to define all the learned skills, all the stats. No, using the database, characters from the database is, I think, a nice feature. Also, I need to figure out why I have duplicated exceptions. One error, one critical, or is it the other way around? No, one error, one critical, one unhandled. So let's try again. The database should be ready. It actually works. So yeah, it does only need the game data manager service. So that's awesome news. That's really, really, really good. Can I extend from this command? Don't tell me it's final. No, I can. So maybe I can just extend our custom commands from this base command. But let's double check what's the intended way. I mean, yeah, that's the tutorial that I basically tried to replicate. But let's consult the documentation. So, I wanted to play with this thing, the suggestions. Design guidance, what's that? The following sections present guidance for designing a CLI. Think about it. Okay. Let's read it. Why not? And yeah, excuse me for my bad English reading out loud. I'm not used to do that, but let's try. Think of what your app expects on the command line as similar to what REST API server expects in the URL. Consistent rules for REST APIs are what make them readily usable to client app developers. I know that, like, I know how the command structure is supposed to look like. Short forms, yeah, I know that. I was expecting to see the code design guidelines or something like that, not the actual. But it's okay. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. Tutorial. Syntax overview. But yeah, most examples expect you to just write it as a script. I need a little bit more object-oriented approach. I want to actually create a class that defines a command. I guess I can just extend the built-in command, but I'm trying to find like the recommended way. Maybe some examples, because I don't want to design something then stumble upon some fundamental architectural problem with this library that doesn't allow to do some basic thing that they need. Maybe not basic, maybe specific one. So options, for example, if I create a custom command with my own options, like output file name, for example, can I do that? Because I'm not sure that I can. Well, let's test this. So let's say we have this file info option. Is that how it's done? Also, I need one sec. Also, I need an argument, not an option. Argument. And this is gonna be scenario. And it's also going to be a file info. So I have these two things that we need to add to our command. Now the question is, do I have to define this globally, or can I just define it within the command itself? So how do we edit our commands? Options. Also, this needs to go way down. We don't need this. So root command. Oh, I'm not even running it. Yeah, I was only testing it. So I already forgot how to run it. Root command parse. There was something more than that. There was like root command execute or invoke maybe, that also handles help and yeah, this thing. Parse the arguments and invoke the parse result. System command line allows you to specify an action that's invoked when a given symbol, command, directive, or option is parsed successfully. The action is a delegate that takes okay. Let's do it here for now. Okay, so help works automatically. Has the simulate command and scenario argument. Right. Now, if we do help simulate, or, well, doesn't matter. Yeah, run the simulation script. Usage simulate scenario options. And yeah, we have the output option. Okay, so that's good. But now what if we have two commands that use the same option? Do they have to use the same option object? Or not? Let's duplicate this, simulate to command. and it uses output to option. So let's check out the help first. Now we should see simulate and simulate2. There we go. And then if we get help for simulate, it has the output. And simulate2 also has an output. Okay, so that's good for now. That means that, yeah, I can probably just create the command classes that extend this command, define the name, description, action is going to be the actual execution, right? And we just add them to the root subcommands and execute. But we have another problem. We have the app builder that I also have to redesign. And that's good because I'm really not satisfied with the current app house builder. But yeah, it uses the command line arguments, except now we can probably skip those and define everything through the command line interface. So if we move it to the command classes, that means that we will have one program class and another server command or something like that. And program will just execute that command, which is good. The services, though, where do we define the services for the dependency injection? They're going to be used for the server command and for the other commands. We're going to have to invent something again, I guess. Like in the previous version, I had dependency injection modules. I get rid of those in favor of the services extension methods. I would probably have to bring them back. Ah. And probably I need the root command itself to also be a class. So I can put the execution directly into there. What is a directive? The purpose of directives is to provide cross-cutting functionality that can apply across command line apps, because directives are synthetically distinct from apps' own syntax. They can provide functionality that applies across apps. Directive must conform to the following syntax rules. It's a token on the command line that comes after the app's name, but before any subcommands or options. It's enclosed in square brackets. It doesn't contain spaces. What is this? Hello, Archidec. How are you doing? Good to see you. There is nothing about the directives here that I can see. But okay, I don't think this is something that we need. I'm always good whenever your stream is up and running. Thank you. But yeah, at least now we know that we can define options freely within each command. We don't have to create some kind of like root option. So let's try to implement our simulate command. Oh, this is already a simulate command, but implemented as a hosted service. So let's rename it to simulate service. And let's create the actual simulate command. Okay, so what does it need? Constructor. So what we can do is we can define default name, but make it configurable. So we're gonna do public const string default name. And we're gonna have default description. Do we have something already? Run the simulation script. Okay. So now we need to add an argument. So where exactly can we do that? Do we do that in the constructor, or do we have some kind of method that we can override? Actually, I can just do override get completions. Ah, that's auto completions, I guess. Yeah, we don't override, so I guess we just construct it in the constructor. So, what do we need? Scenario argument. And I guess we need to store its instance inside the class, because otherwise we're not going to be able to access it. So we're going to do this, the scenario argument. Is it going to be a field? Or a protected method in case we want to extend this command? Yeah, probably. And then we add it. Just add? No. Arguments, add scenario argument. This is a list, right? So theoretically, if somebody would override this, extend this class, they could still access the arguments by just iterating over the built-in arguments. But yeah, this is much nicer. So let's do that. And we need the output option. I don't like how this is gonna look like. We do this, options. And set action is what we also need. Oh, also I can just use add, and it will figure out the type on its own. Argument, option, command. Okay. So yeah, we need this set action. And I guess the best way would be to just point to a virtual method. So let's pick parse result. No, functions. Function and parse result. Constellation token. Let's maybe try that. Constellation token, huh? Or do we just use async for this? For now, I don't need that at all. For now, we can just... Wait, actually, I do need that, right? I need that to stop the service for the default server command. Or maybe I don't. No, I don't think I need that because I will still use the app host builder. I will just invoke the app host builder within a command. And it's going to be synchronous, although the actual app host is going to be asynchronous. So also I need to pick a name that doesn't collide with the existing action and stuff. A command can be hidden. Interesting. Execute. So we have only two methods for synchronous actions, which is fine. We don't need anything else. Yeah, this one would be the best with the return value and the parse result. What do we have in the parse result? and matched tokens, command line text, get value of argument. I need to figure that out. 1 sec. So execute. So what do we need? We need to see how we receive the data, right? Yeah, this is how we receive the values. This is weird, but okay. So let's see. Scenario equals result get value scenario argument. We're gonna do, for now, yeah, we don't even have dependency injection here. But wait, we do need dependency injection within the commands themselves. Right? Yeah, we need a lot of stuff. And we will have then the access to the logs. So that means that we need to initialize the dependency injection container before we run the commands, which actually makes a ton of sense. So let's move this up above. We need the app builder. How the hell do we do this then? So we need the app builder to initialize our dependency injection, which makes sense. And we add our hosted services as dependency injection configuration, basically. Right? Then we run our host. But okay, let's deal with that a little bit later. I wanted to see how can I parse the arguments first. So we have our scenario file. We also need the output argument. Optional, I mean. Which could be optional. I guess we just test this. So now we don't care about that. We need to get rid of simulate 2. Get rid of everything. Simulate command is now different. Actually, we can just comment out all of that. So we do root command add new. Yeah, this is going to be without the dependency injection in this case, but that's okay. Simulate command. Then we execute. Let's it create out collection initialization. Yeah, that was help, right? Yeah, that was help. So if we execute simulate, required argument missing. So simulate test.xml. Scenario file, text XML, output file, empty. Okay. -o out.csv. Perfect. So that works. And if we just run without any arguments, required command was not provided. The default command, how do we assign that? Probably we just set action for the root command. Oh my god. Yes. So this is how we assign the default action, default command. The root command itself can be default. So now, how do we integrate this with the app host builder? And not only app host builder, but also the web host builder, because we also have the API project, which is ASP.NET project, ASP.NET Core. Let me check if the simulate still works. Yes. Okay. Which documentation would be better? Like some advanced examples with object-oriented style, not just a script, but when we actually create commands like that. But I also need the support for dependency injection. But okay, let's analyze the examples that they provide. This page should be very straightforward, but I just want to take a look. Maybe we see something useful here. Root command with file option, we parse the result. That's the manual output. We don't use that. So this is, I guess, the way to not define the action, but actually use the program logic to execute whatever we need. But then we have to handle the errors by ourselves. I don't like that. So now we have options. Yeah, basically it describes what it's doing. That's okay. Yeah, by the way, does it handle the... Yeah, it should handle full paths and stuff like that. So if we do this, yeah, the output is the full path. And if we don't supply the output file path, it should be empty. Yeah, okay, perfect. So yeah, this is how we do in the default action. We just set it on the root command. We already figured that out. And we just invoke, right? Yeah, invoke. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, it should handle invalid arguments by default. Should treat them as errors. Yeah, perfect. And the subcommand and options. Default value factory. Haha, that's nice. So yeah, we can define default values for certain arguments or options, I mean. That's good. That's really good. And yeah, I guess this is a nicer way to supply all the options. I'd probably have to build my own dependency injection container integration for this stuff. Like, I would probably need to register the commands, subcommands, as a collection, as an IEnumerable, oh my god. Then register them manually. And yeah, I was thinking that maybe we don't even need to start the app host builder, like actually start, but only initialize the container. But no, some commands may actually need hosted services to run in the background. Like the game data manager needs to load all the data. So maybe, well, I don't know. I don't really see how we can integrate app host builder with this console command stuff. I'm not even sure if we can actually use it. Like, we can actually do it without the system command line, because the app host builder has its own argument parsing functionality, and by default it like parses the configuration options. We can integrate into that, so we can like add our custom subcommands and custom arguments. But yeah, that's gonna be messy. I would prefer this way of defining the console commands. This is really nice. Well, we also can validate this nicely. Yeah, I like this. Multiple arguments per token. That's nice. Hmm. Yeah, tab completion is really nice feature. Command is the general purpose class for any command or subcommand, while read command is specialized version intended for applications root entry point. Yeah, that's help option version and suggest directive. Hmm. Global options. Recursive property to true. Aha. This will propagate the option to all the subcommands. Interesting. I don't really need it. But yeah, cool to know. Verbosity. Oh yeah, I guess option like that could be defined globally. And it's recursive, yeah. Accept only from alone. Huh. Okay. So there are some nice syntax to build in quick validators, I guess. So can I use double dash in my commands? Will it? Takes a message argument and you want the value of message to be dash dash interactive. Yeah. Okay. So it will be supplied to the arguments, I guess. Okay. The arity of an option is the number of values that can be passed if that option or command is specified. Minimum value and the maximum value. Okay. Okay, this is really good. So we can supply multiple values to the options. That's good. 0 or more, 1 or more. The arity maximum is 1. Oh, okay, I see. By the way, does the version work? Yeah. Okay. Looks nice. Wait, what the hell is this? A response file is a file that contains a set of tokens for a command line app. Response files are the feature of command line that is useful in two scenarios: to invoke a command line app by specifying input that's no longer than the character limit of the terminal, to invoke the same command repeatedly. Interesting. The system command line introduces a synthetic element called directive, represented by the directive type. For example, the diagram directive is a built-in directive when you include diagram. For the app's name, command line displays a diagram of the parse result instead of invoking the command line app. Wait, what's that? Right. That's for .NET. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that was the overview. Can I run the app host builder? So this builder just builds, right? And then we run the host. We can use cancellation tokens. So technically, I can run the app host. I can run the app host. And just pass the cancellation token from the command, from the root command itself. This can be interesting. Parser configuration and invocation configuration. Enable default exception handler. Standard error. Standard output. Process termination timeout. Getter said the time span that enables signaling and handling of process termination. But why is the timeout? Like those are two different things. One has to handle SecTerm, and the other one is to terminate by timeout. The default is 2 seconds. The property is set to null. The termination request isn't handled by command line. In that case, the process is terminated immediately. So this is after the application receives SecTerm. Basically, this thing ensures that application exits during the 2 seconds. See. Well, I need to disable that. How is it set again? Parse result. No, wait. Yeah, parse result. So this is technically like the correct way to write to the standard output is to get it from the parse result invocation configuration. Right. So how do we set it correctly? I guess inside the action. But wait, how do I... So after parsing, I guess we set this to invocation configuration, process termination timeout. It's gonna be null. We handle that ourselves. Rebuilding the server, rebuilding one small part of the server. I'm trying to integrate the almost new system command line library into the project and be able to use it to like execute additional commands instead of just starting the server, but still have access to all the dependency injection container services and all the data. So for example, I need a simulate command, which just runs a simulation of one combat by a specific scenario. I needed to run in like almost full server environment, but without actually starting the server, but still have access to all the data, all the services inside. So that's a challenge to make it work with the app host builder that I was using. I'm not really sure how to tie those two together, because app host and web host that I am also using, they are supposed to be used just on their own, and they have their own command line parsing functionality built in. It's very basic, it doesn't allow much, but it's there. Yeah, looks like it's not meant to be, like these two are not meant to be used together. Okay, how to customize help, I don't need that. How to enable and customize tab completion, I don't need that right now. We were at that. Migration guide. Did I mention anything about... No, it's just the migration guide for the previous versions, I guess. And yeah, I intentionally avoided the earlier versions because they did some big changes to the API. I didn't want to bother with that and rebuild my application every time the API changes. Yeah, this is not useful to me. API reference. Maybe I can notice something. Environment variables directive. Enables the use of env column key value directive align environment variables to be set from the command line during invocation. And that's actually useful because in Windows it's not an easy task to set an environment variable. Well, it's not technically possible to set an environment variable for one run of a command in Windows. Or maybe it's possible actually in what's-its-face PowerShell. I don't remember. Probably not. I don't remember anything like that there. But yeah, in normal CMD, it's not possible. So this is useful, but yeah, it's nothing that can help me right now. So parse result, what do we have there? Command result, configuration. Guess the configuration used to provide the parse result. Wait. Do I need to supply? I think I need to supply, yeah. I need to supply the instance to the configuration into the parse method. So, wait. Huh? Oh, that's parser configuration. Wait, I need invocation configuration. How do I supply that? Oh, I guess, yeah, I guess this is the correct one. Configuration used to specify command line runtime behavior. Because, yeah, we invoke after we set this. Okay, so I see. Get confused for a second. Invoke invocation configuration. Okay. There we go. I guess this version also should work. But yeah, I think this is the intended way to supply this configuration. Because yeah, I was a little bit confused when they mentioned that you can override, like extend this invocation configuration with your own values and then access them during the invocation runtime. Now I see how that's possible. But yeah, there is nothing about the app builder, app host builder. So I'm not sure how we can deal with that. I would like to have this command syntax. It's really cool. But how do I integrate it into the apps? Into the app host. The thing is, this app host builder needs to run on every command in my case. Because we need at least the dependency injection container to be there. And ideally, the commands themselves have to come from the dependency injection container. Because I would like to have like an access to, well, I need to access the services from within the command itself. But yeah, here we have like a problem of chicken and an egg, because we have the commands that parse all the command line arguments, decide which command to run, parse all the arguments and options, and they run that. But in the app host builder, we have services that we need to access from within the command. So for example, if we would run the app host builder inside a command, we wouldn't have access to the dependency injection in the construction time of the command. But if we run the command inside the app host builder, I don't even think it's possible. We build the app and then we run it. And that starts the actual, like all the services, and that listens to the signals, basically handles everything and waits for all the services to shut down during the shutdown procedure. Yeah, it has its own built-in command line support and environment variable support, but it's extremely limited. I do use it, but I cannot use it to run commands. I cannot parse it properly. I cannot autocomplete it. So maybe the solution would be to replace the built-in functionality, especially because, yeah, it's like a hack that we're doing here. We instantiating a configuration, adding environment variables and command lines before we actually call the create the application builder, just to handle some custom switches and stuff. Then we execute the builder without the arguments, with our configuration and environment. So we're already doing something that we're not meant to technically. So maybe we can replace this with the command line interface. And what? How do we do that? So if we need the commands, again, we need the commands to have access to dependency injection container, but we need to define the commands and all their arguments before we initiate the application builder and therefore the dependency injection. Because we need to somehow like output the help and stuff like that. And auto-completion. So I think we need to separate all of this. So the commands are not going to have access to the dependency injection container. If we want to use the system command line, it's not possible. As simple as that. If we want to use the system command line, we can, but only like to define our like default switches that we are doing this in a hacky way. So then we still need our services, right? So there is no way around that. We need to have a running this app host. This is just the way our application is built, and it's fine. It's totally fine because it provides us the dependency injection container, provides us with the services. It's good. It's really good. But we need to figure out how to define the hosted services based on the command line options. We're still going to use this simulate command service. Oh, yeah, but this service needs to have access. So yeah, that was one of the problems that I needed to solve. This service currently doesn't have the access to the command line interface. It cannot receive options from the command line, like the path to the scenario file, the path to the output file. It cannot do that, and it needs that feature. So probably what we should do is how do we register the services again? Yeah, we directly access the container. Well, we don't access the container. This time we just supply the factory. Right. So maybe we still can use the system command line and define our commands like we did here. The commands will not have access to the dependency injection. They need to just define the inputs. And then the service needs to be able to access the data supplied to this command. And also we need to figure out which hosted services we run based on the command. Right, I remember some feature that I never used. In the get required service, we had some kind of configuration argument. Maybe I'm confusing it with something else. No, probably I'm confusing that with something. I thought there was like a configuration argument available that can be supplied and then accessed from within the service. That would be a nice syntax sugar, but we don't really need that. We can implement that if we want. That's really easy. It's literally just defining another class for the configuration and changing that configuration. I don't even know. So every command. So if we use the subcommands as just input methods, that's actually really easy. Now, well, actually, yeah. We can treat these command classes as just input structures. So in execute, we just store the result somewhere. And then we just use that result like we can store this inside the dependency injection container, or store the root command and then access subcommands from there. We would need to also store the parse result. This looks really bad. I don't know. Basically, I'm trying to combine two completely different approaches right now. App host and command line options. So the main difference between the commands, like if we're still sticking to the app host builder, And we are, because we do need at least the dependency injection container, but also configuration and the other stuff from it as well. So the only difference between the commands is gonna be the set of hosted services that they run and the input for those services. Also, this was a nice idea that I just described half an hour ago or an hour ago. Every command should define the list of hosted services that it needs. But the general CL configuration should stay the same. So if every command just defines the list of services that it needs, we still need to run those services in the background, I guess. So instead of run, we do run async or something like that. So we can wrap that inside each command. Also, yeah, this is not the way to do it. You need to get rid of this way of configuration. I need to configure every service from within the dependency injection. So this old connection pool service needs old connection pool service settings class, and then we can define that. But technically, we don't even need that if we just don't add this hosted service at all. So yeah, what we can do is we can just wait. Where was it located? I need to define it before building the app. Yeah, this is how it was. Yeah, these services are part of dependency injection container configuration. Then we build, and then we run. So build and run of the host, I guess, then should be inside of the commands. Let's just add a temporary class like base command. Oh my god. And it basically works like this. So base command It will have the default action. And it will allow you to define your own action. But it will do stuff on the background for you. And you'd be able to, I guess, define the list of services needed just as types. So here we use the factory at hosted service. But instead we can just specify the type and then internally call this at hosted service. We don't actually need to configure it like that. So we do something like protected enumerable of types. Required hosted services. Then each command can supply its own required hosted services. But then we need two things. One is to run the actual host. Like this host builder. Where do we even create it then? I guess we can supply it to the constructor of each command, or only to the root command and then accesses from the parent. Not sure if that's gonna be a nice idea. But yeah, basically and yeah, also dependency injection. This looks super weird. I don't know. I need a short break. I'll be right back in 3-5 minutes. I'm back. Sorry. So, yeah, back to our problem. I have no idea what to do. I would like to have a nice command line syntax without the suggestions, make it configurable, make it like we have separate commands that you can run. But yeah, to make it work with the app host, that's gonna be a challenge. And let me take a look at the API, because we also have the web host builder there, and it's different. Hmm. I have no idea how to do this. I wanted to unify these host builders somehow because, yeah, we have a web host builder, we have app host builder. They're doing very similar stuff, technically. So what are we doing? Let me close the stuff that I don't need. Yeah, so we have the web host builder, which is just web application create builder. It adds app ID region from what? From the command line, I guess, and environment variables. Sec. A little bit. Maybe that's gonna be better. So it creates the app info. So that's common, right? So this one creates a custom configuration because we use custom mappings, command line map switch. So we could offload this into the command line library easily and make this. We actually need to make this global. So there are going to be some global options like app ID. Well, app ID can be the part of the default command, I think. No, actually, we do need the app ID. Right. environment and config dir, those need to be configurable, and that would be really, really nice to have those properly visible in the help. Because right now we don't really have the help command. Not really, we actually don't have it. Those are just magical parameters that you need to know about to configure the app. So if we can offload that to command lines, that would be great. We can define those as recursive options. Right. So then we can get rid of this. Basic configuration to be able to read the command line arguments with custom switch mappings and environment variables without the .NET underscore prefix. Hello, Albus. How are you doing? Then, environment. Yeah, we get the environment name. Again, that can be obtained from the command line interface. We don't have to cram it into the configuration object. And we can create app host builder without the argument. For web host builder, though, we do need the arguments. Pretty good, can't complain. Yeah, I'm good too. Pretty good. So for this one, we do need arguments, we do need environment variables. This is basically behaves like a normal ASP.NET web app. It accepts the application URL, environment variables. Quietly? Quietly what? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Around you? Yeah, pretty quiet. At least I think, I don't know. I'm a little bit zoned out when I'm streaming. It's just I don't have the power right now running off a battery, but that's okay. That's a norm. Don't even know if I want to have a completely custom command line support for this API project, because I want it to behave like a normal web application. But this is something that we are commonly doing in the app info. So all of that is also done for the normal host builder, just in slightly different order. What's that? Console title, yeah. Oof, I don't know. I'm not sure if I can integrate this command line library at all. Like, I can use it just to parse command line arguments. But again, just the default command line arguments. And then I will have the proper validation of the arguments, proper help, version info, autocomplete. But again, I don't really need that for the default command. It's just a small nice to have. My goal is to add like additional commands that, for example, a separate application like Zone Server can add a subcommand that can execute certain stuff without running everything. So maybe what we can do is create the app host builder. But maybe not exactly like this. We first define like any additional commands, command line commands or subcommands. And maybe the main command as well. Inside those command classes, we have the definition of which services it requires, which arguments. It parses the command line arguments properly like it does, like it did previously. But also has the option to have additional commands. Then when we run, yeah, like every command, I don't know, like every command can have the list of services that it needs, and it can, like we can completely skip the definition of custom action. Like here, this execute will not exist. You will not be able to execute some code in the command. Instead, you just create a service and you define that you need that service. And when the app host starts, it just starts the service. Any arguments that you define, we need to somehow pass to that service. How do we do that? No idea. Maybe command can just store the option in a class and put it into the dependency injection container. And then we access that class. But again, that's super similar to the configuration that we already have, where we map certain options to environment variables, configuration options, and command line arguments. But what we can do is just define the interface for command line for that. So we have a proper help and auto completion. But again, the actual handling of the stuff wouldn't be handled through the command line utility. command line library. Like the more I look into this, the more I convinced that we don't need this system command line in this kind of project. We can implement something similar for our specific case, much simpler. Like all the input parameters can actually be mapped from the command line. What we are missing is the actual command to execute, like an actual argument. And some nice parsing of all of this stuff. Also, let me take a look at the Kubernetes setup. Yeah, we pass the environment name and app ID as command line arguments. What we can do is we can completely get rid of command line configuration support of the app host. That's an option, and replace that with the system command line. And then we can define proper options and arguments. But then we would have to manually assign them to whatever we need. Okay, in that case, what would it look like? So let's say but yeah, then we also have the web host builder. This is actually not needed for the web host builder. We don't need the app ID. I just need to configure the builder app info with like the default settings. This is what it's doing technically. I'm never setting custom app ID for that. I'm using the default. Config there. And here, by the way, is inconsistency. You cannot redefine the config dir for the web application with the shortened syntax, like with -c. So maybe we can even do that for the web application host. But main thing is this. So this is where they can, this is where we can define prefix. So we are adding environment variables without the prefix. By default, it was .NET. And yeah, looks like I just copied app ID and app info from here. Yeah, this is the same for all of them. And also app info. The difference is this Baldur app host service settings and the actual hosted service, which is just outputs some information. Okay. And changes the title optionally. So yeah, technically we can use system command line for both the web app and the actual server, the game server. We define the arguments, but then we need to handle those arguments manually, which is technically totally fine, because previously we only did these three. Switch mappings. Yeah, that's the built-in feature. Microsoft extension configuration. So we could get rid of that. And we could get rid of command line argument parsing completely. Is it fine? Actually, I'm not sure. It's actually very nice to be able to override any configuration option from the command line. I'm technically not using it anywhere, but it's fine. It's nice to have. Yeah, basically this whole thing is to be able to change, for example, the config dir from the command line or from the environment variable. And the thing is, if I remove it from the command line, I still need it in the environment variables. And if I leave the command line options, the problem is they are not going to be listed, like all of these options are not going to be listed in the help. That's just impossible. And if you try to supply a command line option that's not defined for system command line, it will output an error. Or we could theoretically completely enable everything, but then it will not validate everything, like you could mistype an option. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to combine two completely separate worlds together. One is just normal console applications, which could have different command line options. And the other one is actual app host that can be configured through the command line. And if I separate these two, let's say the default command is to run the web host, right? And process all the environment variables and process all the config option overrides. But if you add a custom sub command, it will handle it by itself. But then we will not have the config overrides. I don't know. Okay, what if we forget about system command line? We still can implement all of this based on the system that we already have. We just add another command line switch mapping. Command, which is gonna collide with -c for the configuration directory. Or just run -r run, -r run. So we could do something like that. And it would run a custom service. But then we don't have a nice way to define the arguments, like the simulation script and the output file. We still can do it with something like so we do .NET run. Instead of simulate, it's going to be -r simulate. And then we add something like scenario test.xml. Output would be test.csv or something like that. Doesn't look nice. I don't like that. I don't know. Let me do one more test. So, let's comment this out. Where was that option to ignore extra stuff? It wasn't in the config, it was in the root command, right? Root command options? No, not options. Treat unmatched tokens as errors. This we can set to false, right? So if we just run, it should output default. Another thing is, even though it's nice to be able to override a config option from command line, I can just add a special option for that will handle like dash dash or yeah, like dash dash config equals config name equals value or something like that. Then we will have a nice interface for the command line with all the help and stuff. And then we will still be able to override a config option. It's just not going to be through the option with the same name as in the config, but it will be a custom config option. Maybe. But okay, I wanted to test. So if I do test, yeah, it just ignores it. If I do dash dash some setting test one. Yeah, it ignores it. I don't know. So what are available options? First option is we ditch system command line, or we didn't even use it. We just skip that and we implement everything based on the app host and web host. But then we will have a very ugly command line syntax without any help, without any validation. It's just whatever. The second option is we use that, but then we basically get rid of the set command line. And that's the only place why we need the command line arguments, just to parse the configuration options. So yeah, that basically means that we are not going to be able to override command line arguments, but we still have an option to implement that with like custom properly implemented command or not command, but command line option. It's just we would have to explicitly call it before assigning the variable, which I think is totally fine. Okay, if we do it like this, then yeah, we basically can get rid of that and build our configuration based on both environment variables, and we just add options to that configuration from our own option, right? Then we execute the builder. We can get now app info properly, not from the configuration, but from the command line, which I think is what we should do always. And the configuration directory can be properly set as an option. Do I use it in Kubernetes template? Where the hell is it? No, just app ID and environment variable. Environment name, I mean. That can stay absolutely the same. Okay. That means we can define our command line options, and we just do parsing with that. We don't execute anything, right? We just only using that for parsing. Custom commands, though, I don't know. Also, yeah, for the command line library, we have separate parsing of the command line and invocation. So we can use only parsing without invocation and just, for example, handle the help manually. Where was it? Where did it say which commands they add for the invoke? I think it was in the tutorial. Root command by default provides help option, version, and suggest directive. The invoke method is responsible for invoking the action of the parsed symbol. It could be the action explicitly defined by the command or the help action defined. Where is the action? Looks like it's hidden somewhere. Like the actual action for the root command is probably somewhere in the parse result or something. Pre-actions. Pre-actions. It's internal. Yeah, probably it's done through those pre-actions somehow internally. But wait, why do I need that? I don't need that. So, I mean, I can still use invoke, just the actual command is not gonna run the whole host. It will just do the parsing. And I guess it will decide. So let's see. So let's say this base command will not allow you to add some custom execution here, custom action. It will only define the hosted services and it will let you parse. Well, I guess that's going to be your custom code. You will need to parse the options and store them somewhere. Okay. And it also will register the services. We'll execute the result. So if this returns a non-zero code, then that means we just return right away. Otherwise, we start the actual application. App host. And here we register the services. Or even before that, after the execution, then we register the services. Right? This is going to be list, because that's an ordered thing, and also it's a list of types. And we can make it public. Also, let's move this. Well, for now, we're gonna leave it here, but I want to rename this Boulder app command. Okay. One sec. Oh, where is my OBS now? Oh no. Okay. I think we were good. Accidentally turned off my monitor. Okay. So if we do it like this, I think we should be good. And we just execute the host, register the services, execute the host. I think I will need an option to not start the app host, but again, that's for later. So what would it look like? We'll have to define the root command as... Oh. Then we need to extend the root command, right? Oof. Yeah, the root command is going to be different. And sub commands are going to be different. Root command needs all the custom options, right? And for a sub command, the problem is both of them need to do this. Also, it needs to be async. But that's okay. And the host builder. So do we pass the reference to the host builder to that command? I guess so. Or does the host builder create the commands? Or do we pass the root command to the host builder? There we go. Maybe that's what we need to do. We create the command structure and we pass the root command to the app host builder, so then it can parse the additional arguments. But then how do we register this? Oh my god. Well, it can register that internally from executing the commands. We need different set. Can I use my own root command? Because I don't know how to deal with this hierarchy. So root command by default provides help option, version option, suggest directive. Like we can register that on our own. The invoke method is responsible for invoking the action of the parsed symbol. Could be the action explicitly defined in the command or the help action defined the command line for help option. Let me try to recreate the root command. Executable name, executable path. Right. Oh, that's static. And that also can be just recreated. Directives, though. The thing is, I need a way to define the dependency injection globally for everything, and maybe some global hosted services in one place, and then for each command, including the default command. I can create start command, and the root command by default will just invoke the start command. Can I do it like this? So I have simulate command, and then within the root command, I invoke. Oh, I can't. Root command result. What is in this result? Children. Simple result tree. I know why they need that. Like, can I execute a sub command from within the root command? I'm looking for something like default command or something. Looks like that's not an option. So if I don't define an action, what's gonna happen? Required command was not provided. Like, I would like to have a default command, but I don't think that's possible. Like, if we make it in a way that we have a start command, and if you don't supply any command, it executes the start command. That would be nice. Can I do something like that? Command line action, huh? Wait, command line action. How's it being executed? Oof. Don't even have a way to execute that manually. Oof. I'm not sure if I like this system command line. It's gonna be a pain to integrate into a system like this. But okay, why do I need that again? to be able to define one base command, right? Which is probably not a good idea, because I wanted to define all the dependency injection stuff into that command, and then in the children of that command we can define also hosted services or even override them. But I don't think that's a good idea either, because I think the dependency injection should be configured in the program CS, basically. But then hosted services. Oof, why is this so hard? So each command, let's say that the commands don't touch the dependency injection, like the normal dependency injection configuration. They still need to do that for to define the hosted services. And to do that, they need the reference to the builder. So let's start with that. So this thing needs to have access to, what does it return? Host application builder. And again, we have a problem with the chicken and the egg. Because even if I do this, even if I do this, all this stuff needs to be executed with the working configuration. So it has to run before this. Well, before this. No, after this, I mean. Hey, I'm so confused. Why does it still say rupee? I changed that. I'll check the settings later. Really weird. Also, it uses my account, not the bot account, which is also weird. Weird. But okay, So we need to build all the commands, all the structure first. And we need to parse that, right? Then, after the parse, we can do some basic stuff, like, for example, we can assign like the option values into the configuration and actually build the host. So the host builder, this will be basically replaced by what the CLI provides. I just manually assign the values. This will be created from that. Create the builder, create app info, create the directory, initialize the config directories and load the configs. Add some basic dependency injection. Then we need to build the dependency injection. Then we need the hosted services. Then we build and run the host. Ooh. And the services need to be registered from invoking the commands, I guess. Oof, I don't know. This is so weird. Okay, previously I only needed to know the command. Then I can conditionally like register the hosted services that I need. But I also needed the input and the output files. Okay, let's try to implement this. Register the required services. So for each that type, we just need to execute this basically. I would have to do this manually even. But that's okay. Triad enumerable, file hosted service, and the factory is this. How do I do this? 1 sec. Yeah, it just converts. So I probably can just do that. No, wait. Oh no, it's okay. Choose a singleton of a hosted service. Okay. So this is how we register the hosted services, really quick and simple. Not sure if we start the host from the command itself. Do we? Logically, we should. So let's try to do that. This has to be async. This doesn't support return code. So I need to add a promise. I don't remember how to do this. Can I make this bigger? Please? Why doesn't it work? Action task does not take 0 arguments. So what does it return? A task? I guess. That's wrong. I'm so rusty, I don't remember how this thing works in C#. Oh my god. I need to refresh that. Hello there. Hello, Mifadel. Hi. Or would lurk around for a bit. Sure. Enjoy lurking. Thank you for stopping by. Hello, Reluigi. Hi. If you return task, I don't really need continue with. I need to convert the run async, which doesn't return anything, just returns task, to a task that returns an integer. I need to return 0, the status code. My brain is completely broken with this. I don't work with asyncs in C# too often, and I already forgot how this thing works. Basically, I need to convert this type for the return value of this run async to a different type. Thanks for your patience with me. Why patience? Yesterday's tutorial was simple, but I believe it will help. Yeah, thank you for the tutorial. Is it run async? No, it doesn't return anything at all. Like, that's the problem. I need to convert the async method that returns nothing. Oh, it returns a task. It's async method. Yeah, that's correct. So yeah, the result returns nothing, but I need it to convert to a task that returns an integer. Let's continue with. So I was correct, but why is it not working? Probably I need the wait. That's the whole problem. No? Like that. Oh my god, I'm so rusty. I haven't done any async code in ages. Has the time machine already brought the world back to 2026? Yes. I deployed the update today. Now it's back to normal. And it should restore your character position back to what it was before the event. Didn't get used to the old world, although it was cool. Yeah, it's really cool, and yeah, I've received a lot of positive feedback about it. And also I did some research, and basically I will implement these old locations properly, will incorporate them into the game as separate locations, but later. It's a lot of work. First of all, I need to figure out how to put them into the game in parallel to the existing ones without them breaking all the textures and static meshes for the existing locations. I have a few ideas for that, but yeah, I still need to do a lot of stuff to make that work. And also I need to properly implement all the spawns for the monsters, NPCs, active structures. I did that partially for the event. Even that took a long time. Like it took a week for me to properly adjust everything and configure it nicely. But I would need to do that properly this time. I would need to also implement navigation meshes and all that stuff. So a lot of work, but yeah, I have a few ideas how to properly incorporate them into the game. And yeah, I would like to see them in the game, not just this one time. And yeah, you guys also liked them. I could see that. So yeah, they will be back later. Judging but by what people were saying, it seemed like the crowd really liked it, right? Yes, exactly. And I liked it. I already miss it. I want to explore it a little bit more. So yeah, my idea is to basically implement that as like parallel world that you get access to, and actually finally leverage the name in another way, the gate of the worlds, the gates of the world. Okay, so basically, in this command, and this is going to be the base command for everything. Oh, again, we have a problem with not being able to set this as a parent for both the subcommands and the root command. This is ridiculous. I started playing later. When I started, the scenarios were already different from those. What do you mean? Oh, you know what? We can probably completely get rid of execution of the command. No, probably we can't. Like we need to get active sub command. Can we do that? Yes, probably we can do this. That's not root command, that's parse result. Command result. Command. Let's see what it does. The maps weren't like the ones from the event when I started. They were different. Yeah. You mean you started that's root command. You mean you started after the Korean closed beta 1? Yeah, that's understandable. Me too, I never saw it. It was very limited access. And I think I didn't even watch this project closely back when closed beta 1 was running. Maybe I was. I don't remember. But I definitely didn't have access to that beta test. So I don't even know how it looked like in the game really, because what you saw during the event is our modern, I mean, our current rendering engine, the way I configure it and optimized it, it's not the same, and it's not rendering in the same way as it was back in 2006 on the original Korean open beta. Like it's not directly one-to-one. It's just the old locations with old textures, old meshes, all that old structure brought back into the game that we currently have. Okay, so we do receive the command that gets executed, right? Can we execute the command manually? Parse result, invoke. What else do we have here? Root command result. That implies that root command gets executed when a subcommand gets executed. Wait. Well, it gets parsed. That's parse result. And yeah, root command gets parsed. Invoke async. Invoke the appropriate command handler for a parsed command line input. Maybe I can use this to redirect. So I have children, right? Let's try to enumerable. First. And that's result, right? Symbol result. Symbol result. There is now invoke. Can I just output it? What is it gonna say? Sequence contains no elements. Okay, so now children. Can I parse the simulate command then? Required I miss an argument. Required argument missing. How did they read that? Okay. But that's how then we can invoke it. No, we are invoking it. And the missing argument is missing. So can I do test.xml Yes. Okay, so this is how we can redirect. Okay. I like it. So we can have a separate start command. And if no command is supplied, we will manually execute the start command. Okay, that's good. This solves the problem with inheritance. Then where's Boulder app command? Right. The hosted services theoretically could be different depending on the command input. So technically, we can replace this execute with configure builder, right? And instead of these required hosted services, we just register the services. Result and app host builder. We don't expose it. So let's actually store it in the field. Not execute, but configure configure host application builder. No, configure host application. Right. We do that. We supply this builder. This goes away. What would be the correct way? Oh, let's see. Validation. I saw something like that. Customize parsing and validation. We have validators. That's okay. I want to set action. Here we go. Get value. I think it's an exception that gets thrown out of the action that then gets converted to an error. Oh no, result get that error. Custom parser. But okay, that's fine. That's fine. Configure host application. We can actually separate this into configure services and configure hosted services. But that way we will be able to override this or extend this. Yeah, let's do that. So configure services and configure services, configure hosted services. Then we build and run. Okay, so then we will have something like start command, which will extend this. Configure hosted services. And configure services. We need a third one. Base zone server command. Not sure that I like having these services defined in this place. Also, I don't need the return value for this. Oh my god. Is it true by default? Yes. Okay, good. So it's something like this. That's our start command, right? And that's our simulate command, but it's going to be different. So in simulate command, going to extend the based on server command. Also, yeah, having these builders passing through is not really nice, but I don't know what else to do. And yeah, technically you can set your custom action here and it will override whatever we have, which is not really nice, but I guess. So configure hosted services. In here, we need, where is it? We need this one. But we also need to parse the arguments and configure it. And the only way to do that through the dependency injection container is to create the options class, or settings rather. So we need public file info, scenario file, and output file. And then we do this, and this, and we put that into the container. Wait, that's... forgot how this works. Why is it not? Hey, service provider? Wait, I do have it. Where was it? Here. Ah, right, it's singleton. We are adding basically a singleton. That's why I'm stupid. Okay, we had settings and we registered the hosted service. This is not used anymore. And this service also needs where is it? Start. It also needs game data manager. But first, let's try without it. I want to see how it's gonna behave. So, is it gonna work? So root command stays the same, right? Well, we will implement a new root command with the additional options, but simulate command now needs this. But wait, we need builder for the simulate command, but we need all the commands for the builder. Oh my god. But at this point, I'm just curious how it's gonna. It is gonna work, but it's the builder is gonna still use the old logic. So simulate command. I also need the start. And redirect's gonna go to the start. Like that. That's our redirect and invocation. So let's see. Help. Does it work? It redirects to the start right away, right after parse. Oh yeah, makes sense. Okay, let's get rid of that for now. Now we just have two commands Start and simulate. Okay, that's good. So let's try simulate without any arguments. It should throw an error. Test.xml. Enable to reserve service for type host application builder while attempting to activate simulate command. Enable to resolve service for type host application builder. Where does it gets required? Line 32. No, that's build. What? For simulate command. I see. One second. I know what's going on. Simulate command. Weird. It should be simulate service. While attempting to activate simulate command. Is it in program somewhere? No, wait. Base builder app command line. Command. That's just the build. This is super weird. What the hell? What if I get rid of that service? Really weird. Really weird. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. Let's bring back the old stuff. Okay, so data table not found. Great. So now we activate the game data manager hosted service. It should start loading all the data. Yeah. It ran and exited. Okay. So, what if I terminate it? Application is shutting down. Still loaded everything, executed everything. Is it on start? Yeah, start async. I need to move that to started async. Now it shouldn't reach that way. There was a different one, right? Lifetime, yeah, that one. So now if I cancel it, it should finish loading the game data tables, but shouldn't start the test, theoretically. Now it's still started. Weird, but okay, whatever. And here, if I add simulate service settings, you and your neighbors are safe in Ukraine. You came in to check. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Gambit Mojo. How are you doing? But yeah, everything is okay. Surviving. Thank you. So now here we can now use a log finally. For now, let's output warning so I can see it. Where is the simulate command? This settings scenario file full name and output file. Let's see if these options getting passed. Just get home, need meal, then I'm going to library, writing group. Oh, interesting. Reference not set to an instance of an object. Ah, that's because this is optional. But yeah, we do receive the test XML. So now we should receive an empty file name for the output file. Right. And -o out.csv, for example. That should give us the output file. Yes. Okay, so this is an option, maybe. And if we do start, let's see the help for it. But yeah, it should be just a normal command. Yes. So if execute start, it should start the server normally. Simulate service. Why is it there? What? Where is it defined? Oh, simulate service setting. Uh-huh. But that can be easily fixed. I know. So I added that command. Where was it? It was literally a second ago. Here. This needs to go. I can remove this and put it directly into the simulate command. Configure services, and we do builder.services. Add simulate service. So now start should start. Simulate service shouldn't be registered for the start command. Yeah. libUE worker pool, and it started. It tries to connect to the old. If we stop it, it's stopping. Okay, perfect. And the simulate command should still work. Why do I see output file before? Ah, that's the nav meshes. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So we receive the settings, then we start the zone instance that loads the nav meshes. Okay, I get confused for a second. But yeah, that works. Oof. But we still have one huge deal breaker. We need the data from the commands inside the host builder, and we need the host builder inside these two commands. So I don't know what to do. But I guess we'll figure that out later. I really need to go now. Let's see. Can you rate somebody? Probably I don't have time for a rate. I don't know. Yeah, we'll rate next time. I really need to go now. So yeah, this is gonna be it for today. We played with the system command line library. Looks nice, but I'm not sure still if we can integrate it. Even though I implemented all these commands, they look cool, but we still have one big problem, which is the compatibility with the host builder, because host builder itself needs to extract the data supplied via the command line arguments for the configuration directory, environment, app ID, stuff like that. So we need to figure out this problem with the chicken and an egg. Who starts first? Is it the host builder? Or is it the root command? Or what? I guess we'll figure out that next time. So yeah, thank you everybody for watching. I hope to see you next time, and have a nice day. Bye bye.